Chapter 811. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a small portion of the Goo Immortals chased after them. The rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew. Everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast. There was no end to them. They gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group, there was Dongfang Naganori, Kenyang Laojun, Minuscule Mountain, Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo. In the second group, there was Pai Shuihan, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Cheshire Min, and Divine Lord Tian Du. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Shuizhan, Shirho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kenyang Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, "I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you. Teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks. My patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Goo Immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step. We just need to spend time, energy, and wealth." Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kenyang Laojun. Afraid that he would target him, he could only impart the possession method to him. Kenyang Laojun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal He Ruo. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. "I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence," he roared, extremely unwilling. But he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tian Du looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, "Everyone, please continue to fight. I'm powerless." If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. "Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave. I will lure them away." After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Miniman Goo Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Miniman Goo Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. "You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet." However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the Mountain of Mind and Heart. "Brother Fang, there's no need to say anymore. Take care." Mountain of Mind and Heart. Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Li Shan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the Miniman Goo Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her. He chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Li Shan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the 2 enemies. His speed rose. He quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shuihan was anxious. He shouted at Cheshire Min, "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Cheshire Min's movement killer move was a chariot. It was emitting the aura of an immortal Gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives. His goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use them now. Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands. Let's fight. You cannot escape. Cheshire Min said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly. He continued to fly forward. Cheshire Min killed the 13th captive. He finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat. He controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock. They shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way, they met several Gu immortals. They were either demonic path or righteous path. Some obstructed them, some chased after them. While others retreated, they did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later, only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shuihan, and Cheshire Min were left. If I don't die, I will definitely repay you. Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart. He was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest, however, had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with. Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times. They could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat. No matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Cheshire Min killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. What do we do? Pai Shuihan, Fang Yuan, and Cheshire Min looked at each other. They saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. If you have any methods, use them now, otherwise it will be too late, Cheshire Min said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope. They had to use their immortal essence wisps wisely. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Cheshire Min roared, as expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him. It won't be too late to search his soul. Fang Yuan and the rest closed in. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. Not good, it's a trap. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Cheshire Min's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Cheshire Min's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded. The war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shuihan, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. Chase me again. Cheshire Min will be your example. Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier. It was just an act. It was a trap. Cheshire Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly. He became numb and was killed in one hit. Chase. He's bluffing. Pai Shuihan stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Cheshire Min's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Cheshire Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time. Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan did not have much hope. But soon, there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, That was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered. A figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted, "Oh no! I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal goo. To think it was true." The two figures had the same aura. They were exactly the same. They split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Fang Yuan quickly took out the Dongfang Gu Master captive from his immortal aperture, shouting again, "Dongfang Naganori, I am going to kill your tribesmen again." Fang Yuan had used his strength path giant hands to attack the gathering points, killing a large number of Dongfang tribesmen. During this process, he secretly hid many captives in his immortal aperture. But the two Dongfang Naganori ignored him. Fang Yuan's hopes were dashed. He could not distinguish them. He could only grit his teeth and randomly choose the one on the left, continuing to chase after it. Along the way, after a while, Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards two different directions. Fang Yuan felt bad. What could he do if this continued? But his immortal essence was almost expended. The strength path giant hands flew slowly. Ordinary mortal killer moves could not even touch Dongfang Naganori's clothes. R1152. Chapter 812. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel, 2+3 WX. Eventually, night fell. He could only watch as Dongfang Changfan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo. There were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sigh. As expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool Blessed Land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path Goo Immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely, cold air descended. The night sky was filled with dark clouds. The air was oppressive. After a while, strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries. Some were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak. He frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment, I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal Goo's split shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left. He could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. It poured down from the top of his head. Along with a surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together. This old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of us. We need to work together. Only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang Tribe's 8 Gu immortal wills, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance. If they took a step back, they would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us. You betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you. We were just your pawns. You want us to die. Don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together. Let's die together. It was you harmed us. You harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now, Jade Pool blessed land will definitely be plundered by the demons. Our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated, and soon, it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation. It would be a complete defeat. So powerful, so powerful. These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation. There is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current, from his own cultivation to the rise of his clan. He had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now, they were pushing down. The defensive line went from his head to his neck, all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields, protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills. Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body. His soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body. It was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest. As long as the body did not die, the will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid. But they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now, he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way than come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged, everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted, "My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands." Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Ranzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Ranzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self-Gu is that? That is Ranzu's self-Gu. That is Ranzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe. Dirty and despicable person. Everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals will shouted together. Enough. Without me, Dongfang Naganori, Dongfang tribe would have perished or been annexed long ago. How could you be where you are today? How could you be Dongfang tribe that has regained its glory? I guided you and taught you. That is why you are where you are now. I planted the tree. This is my grand achievement. But you are just hiding under the tree, eating the fruit of my achievement. These words were like rumbling thunder, dispersing the 9 wills that were tangled together. The Gu Immortals' wills seemed to have fallen into a huge wave. They could only go with the flow. The scenes of his life flashed in Dongfang Naganori's mind like a rewind. In Jade Pool Blessed Land, he fought intensely with the group of demons, the scene of the perilous battle. Under the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, he resisted stubbornly, wanting to possess them. At the moment of death, he harbored an unquenchable ambition. The sky in his vision gradually turned dark, deducing the location of Immortal Gu for the righteous path Gu Immortals, forming an alliance agreement. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. Hee. You advancing to Gu Immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu Immortal sighed. Sigh. Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5. He really did it. This Wisdom Path Killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh? You killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? He. In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your Central Continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu Immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. You are just a poor Gu Immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu Immortal lifespan extension method. It is called Possession. It was created by Giant Sun, Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88 Point Jinyang Tower, True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the True Inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it. I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind. I was too daring. Spare my life. Spare my life. Young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now, he suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Changfan. This name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Ming clan, and the Gong clan, the 3 super forces, joined forces for the grand martial arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu Immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline. I really feel ashamed for you. You. He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Ha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful. You are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life, you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. He, this is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists, his eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. All right, from today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, His injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together, at this moment, experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment, they understood Dongfang Naganori. They also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori, even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master. The 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear, I will personally take revenge for this. In this life, I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end, he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide. He found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu immortal was standing there. It was Fang Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled. I guessed. I chased after your clone, but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly, I had a thought. There was something fishy about you killing Cheshire Min earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away, digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Cheshire Min's corpse untouched and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange. Why did you not cultivate wisdom path, but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Heh, is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity, you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills. It was extremely dangerous. I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now, Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately. I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth. Her eyes were clear like autumn water. She wore a light yellow dress. She was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path Giant Hand to capture the Dongfang tribesmen, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong. It flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister, he shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control. His eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed. He had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands. Watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack. Dongfang Qingyu's body shook. She was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off. Blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size. He shouted, "Damn it!" Before he finished speaking, he lost control again. It was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. "Sister, I will kill you. You dared to injure her. You actually dared to injure her." Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He fell into madness. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. "Good girl, just like this." Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a strength path giant hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the strength path giant hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu immortal actually attacked a mortal, so despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest. "Sister!" Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might. He had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control. The defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom! Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was extremely weak. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this. He used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 814. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 18. Renzu stepped on his own path of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him. O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe. But if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself. You have to innovate. You have to leave your own footprints. After Renzu received the guidance, he realized at once. He was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps. It was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge Gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges. The wounds were wide and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Renzu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Renzu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time, he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Renzu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus, he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground. He left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Renzu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Renzu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again, "O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time." Renzu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound, his sweat and blood, along the soles of his feet, it was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint, a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Renzu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of ordinary abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Renzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of ordinary abyss, Renzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious. It was bitter and hard to swallow. Renzu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Renzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke Self-Gu, "O human, I have thought of a way to get out of ordinary abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Renzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon, he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than ordinary abyss? Self-Gu, use the blood of your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart. You should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in ordinary abyss. You can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Renzu tried using Self-Gu's method. The blades stabbed into his heart. He felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge. It was much bigger than the original tree. Renzu was in pain but also happy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Renzu continued to persevere. Hope-Gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. Father, father. The daughter jumped into Ranzu's arms. She was very loving. This was Ranzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Ranzu was very happy. He hugged his daughter and played with her. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara liked to eat fruits. She was white and plump. She played in the forest every day. She was very happy. Ranzu still wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara persuaded him, Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here. There is a tree to block us from the sun. There are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs. We can play here until we grow old. It will be very peaceful. Ranzu shook his head. He had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree. The branches of the tree extended out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara sobbed. She pulled Ranzu's hand. She begged, Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees. If you leave, I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited. I will starve to death one day. Ranzu said, Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you. We will climb together. Thus, the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Ranzu became. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Ranzu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking. It was shaking. Cognition Gu warned Ranzu, Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter. It is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree. It is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception. Ranzu shook his head. I don't want to give up. Hope Gu also urged. Put her down, otherwise, you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up. After planting so many trees, your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall. Ranzu waved his hand. I still want to try. Self Gu saw that Ranzu was stubborn. While the other Gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. Ah, I am so anxious. Self Gu did not discuss with Ranzu. It bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain. She was furious. She stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Self Gu. But this way, she let go of her hand. Because of the intense shaking of the tree, she fell from Ranzu's back. She stumbled along the way. With the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her butt. She grimaced in pain as she cried out, Daughter! Ranzu shouted. He wanted to go down. It is too late. The tree is about to fall. Self Gu pushed Ranzu's back. He subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Ranzu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff. He had lost his way back. He shouted helplessly, Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you. Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She was very sad and helpless. Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I am so scared. Ranzu heard her cries and felt his heart break. He quickly walked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. It is useless. Self Gu said, Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss? Who immortal blessed land, Danghun Palace. Fong Yuan closed the legends of Ranzu as he sighed. He had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom. Humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naganori was like that. Fong Yuan was like that too. From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person, Fong Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak. But his soul strength fluctuations were captured by Fong Yuan. He heard this number one wisdom path Gu immortal of Northern Plains say, If you want a soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, hee, you are too naive. Chapter 8:15. Oh, you are so confident. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands. He could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Fang Yuan did not care. He used soul-searching methods. At once, Dang Hun Palace turned dark, eerie winds blew, ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Fang Yuan revealed his true form, a towering, immortal zombie body. His skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression, fangs were protruding, his eyes were blood-red, his 8 arms were stretched out, his monstrous claws were huge and sharp. One of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Fang Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver, but he soon calmed down and allowed Fang Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Fang Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul Search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled. Waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended. Fang Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose. It was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression. It fluctuated again and transmitted information. Fang Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled. Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path Gu immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal goo to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want. After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, Now, I'm gone, and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience, deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique. Then, he changed the topic, but we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques, and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal goo master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Changfan at this stage. At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day, I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method? Hee hee. Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul, unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul. Oh, it's like this. Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out Ersaku. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul-searching method was only mortal, his soul-healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal goo, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon, Fang Yuan crushed the Ersaku along with the guts goo stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. What goo worm is this? It is only a mortal goo, but it can heal my soul? At once, Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, Guess. Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all. Even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent, but soon fluctuated again. There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Dang Hun Mountain's Guts Goo. What you crushed earlier should be air sac goo. You bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Smart. But you are only half right. Air sac goo is my creation, and guts goo is my business. What? It's you. Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using guts, goo to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great goo worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second. The largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad goo, but Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad goo? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a goo refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. Oh, there is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt. This is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight, there is a day of night. When night falls, in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool. Although it is not big, it is filled with the immortal material desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool. The walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon not in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth, but is soft like water. Moonlight shines on its surface. It is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient, desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder. He knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool Blessed Land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved. He almost could not resist going to Jade Pool Blessed Land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains, he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool Blessed Land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path goo immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence. He had to conceal himself. He was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to Minuscule Mountain. He even attracted Kenyang Laojuan's suspicions. He wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool Blessed Land is like a delicious piece of meat. Goo immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it, even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison. My situation is not good. This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible. He looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. He was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Sha Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction, he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yi Cha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Jiuge's group. He also started to investigate Sha Huang. This caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the Wisdom Path inheritance also exposed a lot of things. He left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself. That is the correct way to deal with this. This time, I actually obtained a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good. I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to deal with Wisdom Path deductions. That way, I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed. I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool Blessed Land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target. He needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless. This was not something that Guts Gu could heal. He needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool Blessed Land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruined bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. Chapter 8:16. The joy on Fang Yuan's face was completely revealed. He did not conceal it. The Phantom Gu formation is something that Dongfang Naganori deduced based on some ancient documents. His Phantom Path attainment level should be Master level. To be able to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain fortress, his Space Path attainment level should also be Master level. He is truly not simple. Fang Yuan was especially interested in how to control the Phantom Beast army. Several Desolate-level Phantom Beasts, even though they were rank 6, could use their Phantom Transformation ability to stall rank 7 Gu Immortals. Fang Yuan could not help but think. If he had such a large army, his battle strength would definitely rise by a lot. After thinking about it, he found that the method to control the Phantom Beast army was not very useful. The most important condition was to modify the immemorial ruined bat's corpse into a corpse mountain. After that, he could use the corpse mountain as his base and use the immemorial ruined bat's identity to control this Phantom Beast army. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. This Dongfang Naganori still wants to harm me. He knows that I can pull a mountain. He wants to use the ruined bat corpse mountain to lure me to take the risk. Ever since the ruined bat corpse mountain was mostly destroyed by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the aura that deterred all beasts also dissipated. That place has already become a feast for many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to feast on the ruined bat corpse. If I go to pull a mountain, I will be snatching food from these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. I will not do it with wisdom. Fang Yuan rested for a while before soul-searching Dongfang Naganori for the 3rd time. Dongfang Naganori was filled with anger and hatred towards Fang Yuan. It was this person in front of him who made all of his plans go up in smoke. All of his plans to rule over the world disappeared. All of his hard work went up in smoke. It was like a dream. Even though he had great foresight and countless schemes, he had fallen to this point. He had nothing to rely on. The gap between the two was too huge. These two schemes were very crude. They were used to make use of human greed to lure the enemy into making mistakes. This was completely different from Dongfang Naganori's schemes when he was alive. But Dongfang Naganori was only left with his soul. It was understandable that he had fallen short. Fang Yuan didn't fall for it. After a good rest, the third soul search began. Finally, he found what he wanted the most, Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. What surprised Feng Yuan was that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance was actually related to star constellation Immortal Venerable. Of course, it was not an inheritance left by star constellation Immortal Venerable herself. If it was the Venerable Immortal himself who stayed behind, Dongfang Naganori would not end up like this. It turned out that this inheritance was left behind by a rank 8 star path Gu Immortal of the ancient Central Continent Celestial Court. He was skilled in exploring secrets. After obtaining some of star constellation Immortal Venerable's secrets, he analyzed her abilities and imitated them. This Gu Immortal was a star path Gu Immortal, but he cultivated wisdom path. Thus, the foundation of this wisdom path inheritance was star thought Gu, from star to wisdom. It was very close to the star Tao. Even the refinement of star thought Gu used starlight Gu as the main material. The more Feng Yuan understood, the greater the surprise in his heart. He felt that this adventure was worth it. It turned out that this wisdom path inheritance did not have any other strong points, but it was best at deducing and deducing. Dongfang Naganori relied on this to deduce the phantom formation, controlling the phantom beast army, and other methods. This wisdom path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to wisdom path. Feng Yuan sighed. This gain, it was too abundant. A complete inheritance, no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Feng Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu Immortal and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Feng Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path, even though I still have the first aperture. I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead. I cannot cultivate anymore. But Feng Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move Myriad Self. If he included the immortal killer move Myriad Self, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Feng Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Feng Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason. That was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom. He had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves, and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage. The thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Feng Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining Gu almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Feng Yuan's deductions. But now, with this wisdom path inheritance, Feng Yuan could use a lower price and higher efficiency to deduce all sorts of things. Land Spirit, where are you? Feng Yuan lightly stomped his feet. Master, I am here. Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yuan with a whoosh. Her little face was rosy and tender, Her snow-white furry foxtail was wagging happily after being summoned by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan pondered, immediately stopped the refinement of malicious thought goo in the second stone nest, and refined star thought goo. This is the goo recipe. Go arrange it. Understood, Master. Have you arranged all the resources I brought? Feng Yuan asked. Once he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he took out all the resources in his immortal aperture and arranged them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The specific work was done by little Hu Immortal. This was because his immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was fine to store them temporarily, but if they were left there for a long time, the death energy would infect them, causing the value of most of the resources to plummet. I have arranged everything, Master. The air bubble fish group is at the east side of the Blessed Land, gathering with the previous air bubble fish. The number of the fish group has increased sharply. The starlight firefly goo is on top of the fish group in the following period of time. The production will definitely increase. As for the millions of dragonfish group, they are temporarily placed in other small lakes. After some time, we will send rockmen to dig a large lake and let the dragonfish group gather together. This way they can reproduce even more small fish. Literature carps. I dug a small pond and stored them secretly. Other than the dead eerie fire dragon pythons, there are still over 1,000 of them. They have already merged with the few that we originally had, occupying a large area in the southwest of the Blessed Land. Oh, there are also oil water and some other common resources. They are temporarily placed in Danghun Palace's storage room. The regretful spiders are placed at the north side of the Blessed Land. The terrain there is long and narrow. I spent a lot of effort to place them there. Little Hu Immortal raised her head and had an expression of eagerness, wanting to take credit. Feng Yuan smiled, quickly praising. Yes, our little Hu Immortal is the most capable. Little Hu Immortal got praised. Her round eyes turned into crescent moons as she smiled, her snow-white tail wagging rapidly. For a moment, he got carried away and lightly jumped towards Feng Yuan's leg, hugging Feng Yuan's thick calf. She used her smooth and tender face to lean against Feng Yuan's calf, before raising her head and looking at Feng Yuan with her watery eyes. Her face was flushed with excitement as she said in adoration, Master, you are so amazing. You brought so many good things this time. We can earn a lot. Hu Immortal Blessed Land has never been so rich before. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He stretched out his monstrous arm and picked up little Hu Immortal like a kitten, placing her on his broad shoulder. Don't worry, good days are yet to come. Little Hu Immortal nodded like pounding garlic. She was very confident in Feng Yuan's abilities, but she reminded with some worry, Master, I have to report to you. The desolate beast shark fin wolf you brought back this time is not very good. It is always hiding in the pool and does not take the initiative to hunt. Sometimes it even cries. Feng Yuan grunted, not taking it to heart. It's fine. This is because it suffered a huge blow. I have experience in feeding wolves. It will gradually recover after some time. Master, there is one more thing I have to remind you. Don't forget, an earthly calamity is about to descend on our home. Little Hu Immortal said. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time flow ratio between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1:5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal goo gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal goo master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 goo immortal. I have many immortal goo, immortal killer moves, allies, and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Feng Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. Chapter 8:17. Feng Yuan asked the land spirit about the arrangements for Dongfang tribe's goo master captives. Although Feng Yuan killed Dongfang, Qingyu, and the rest, he still had a group of about 1 to 200 Dongfang tribesmen. The land spirit replied, She had temporarily opened up an underground prison. It was deep underground, located near a stoneman tribe. She also asked if she should sell these captives. These people were not easy to control and make use of. They would not listen obediently, forcing them to refine goo and work like hairy men. If they were not careful, they might be killed and cause trouble. Fang Yuan shook his head, instructing, Land Spirit has already seized all the mortal goo in their hands and locked them up. Feed them some food every day and treat them like pets. He has other uses for these captives. He is not in a hurry to deal with them. Yes, Master. How many immortal Yuan stones do I have? Fang Yuan asked again. 137. Land Spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan nodded, unknowingly. His immortal Yuan stones had broken through the 100 checkpoint. The biggest reason was that the Guts Goo trade had doubled. Not counting the profits, there was a total of 92 immortal Yuan stones in profit every month. Thus, breaking through the 100 checkpoints had become easy. During this period, Fang Yuan instructed the Land Spirit to pay attention to jewel yellow skies. If there were any cheap fox groups, buy them at a low price and raise them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, fully displaying Hu Immortal Blessed Land's strength and increasing its foundation. Little Hu Immortal made a few moves and bought 2 to 3 batches of fox groups. If not for this, the accumulation of immortal Yuan stones would have been even higher. Doing a monopoly business like Guts Goo, the supply was not enough to meet the demand. Earning immortal Yuan stones was indeed easy. Fang Yuan thought about it. He kept 20 immortal Yuan stones in case of emergencies, and took out 70 to convert green grape immortal essence. The series of battles to obtain the Wisdom Path inheritance had used up his 77 green grape immortal essence beads. He needed to replenish them urgently. The rest was given to Little Hu Immortal. She was in charge of Star Thought Goo refinement. The immortal Yuan stones given to her were to be used to purchase large amounts of Goo refinement materials. Forget about the oil and water. I intend to use it during the early stages of the refinement path convention. Air bubble fish were also not sold. They were used to increase the production of starlight firefly goo. The prose carp was very valuable, but the quantity was scarce, so he had to wait for a suitable buyer. However, the eerie fire dragon pythons, the regretful spiders, and the dragonfish were all projects that could be managed in large quantities. Especially the arowana. I can sell it directly, Fang Yuan thought. These 3. He appeared at the right time. All along, Fang Yuan only had one source of income, that was the Guts Goo trade. Monopolizing the trade was like hugging onto a golden thigh. But there was only one Guts Goo after all. The production of Guts Goo was limited. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone was being used carefully. Although he had escaped from the dangerous state of becoming an immortal, he had already established himself and achieved a balance of income and expenditure. But he didn't have the strength to go any further. The current Fang Yuan did not dare to refine immortal goo. He didn't have any foundation or strength. Next, Fang Yuan had to move forward. He had to get rid of his immortal zombie status and revive. He had to deduce all sorts of goo recipes and killer moves. He had to deal with all sorts of enemies. He had to cultivate Wisdom Path. He had to do all sorts of things. One source of income could not satisfy his growing needs. If I can create these 3 businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from immortal Yuan stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Fang Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved. They all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Fang Yuan had bought their experiences from several Star Path Goo immortals and paid a sum of immortal Yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a Wisdom Path inheritance could contain. Thus, Fang Yuan's soul searched for the fourth time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time, he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of Gu immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method, I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use blood path methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, "As an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations. You're just throwing your life away by directly using this possession technique. I'm the best example of that. But now that I have the most precious experience, I can modify the method again. I will definitely succeed. In fact, if not for you guys, I would have already succeeded. How about it? We can cooperate." Dongfang Naganori suggested to cooperate with Fang Yuan. He sensed that Fang Yuan wanted to revive. In fact, there was no immortal zombie that did not want to obtain a new life. Before Fang Yuan could speak, he continued, "If we cooperate, both of us will benefit. If we separate, both of us will suffer. What are you worried about? I am just a soul. Do you think I can harm you?" As he spoke, he kept encouraging Fang Yuan, but also had a hint of provocation. Fang Yuan smiled. "As expected of Dongfang Naganori, you were silent earlier. I thought you had completely admitted defeat. I didn't expect you to jump out the moment you saw a chance and hope. This is worth learning from." "Oh, I said it before, you and I are the same type of people. We both have ambitions and aspirations." The soul fluctuated again. But Fang Yuan's words changed. "Precisely because we are the same type of people, I will not keep you alive. Don't worry, once I squeeze out all of your remaining value, I will destroy your soul and make you disappear from this world. The fewer people like us, the better." Dongfang Naganori's soul was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to have such deep and resolute killing intent towards him. His soul fluctuated again. He did not want to give up. He forced a smile. "Ha ha ha, you can't fool me. You are moved?" Fang Yuan nodded. "Of course I am moved. I believe you have the ability to modify this possession method, because you have master-level blood path attainment, phantom path attainment, grandmaster-level wisdom path attainment, and the most precious possession experience. My attainment level is far from yours. Even if I obtain your wisdom path inheritance, I cannot modify this method." The attainment levels of using Gu were divided into 4 levels. They were ordinary, master, grandmaster, great grandmaster. Master level was to raise the use of Gu worms to the level of an art. One had to have abundant talent, as well as continuous training and accumulation to be able to reach this level. Grandmaster level was to have an extremely profound grasp of a path. Their foundation was so deep that they could comprehend other paths by analogy, using their own path's methods to obtain the advantages of other paths. Great grandmasters were even more amazing. They were people at the peak. Not just in this world, even in the entire history of humanity, it was very rare. Dongfang Naganori was a wisdom path grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, phantom path master, space path master, soul path master, enslavement path master, and blood path master. Fang Yuan was a blood path grandmaster, strength path grandmaster, refinement path quasi-grandmaster, flying quasi-grandmaster, enslavement path master, and transformation path master. As for soul path, space path, time path, dream path, and others, they were all ordinary. He had never touched upon phantom path. It was a blank slate. Normally speaking, Gu immortals were at least flying master. Because flying was very important, even if they could not grasp it when they were mortals, after becoming Gu immortals, they would practice a lot and grasp the ability to fly. Fang Yuan might have two paths and was a grandmaster, but one was his 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, the other was his rebirth advantage. He took risks and had many fortuitous encounters to achieve this. Everyone had their own specialties. Fang Yuan's attainment level was not enough to deduce and modify possession techniques, but Dongfang Naganori was a professional. Precisely because of this, Dongfang Naganori could not do it while Fang Yuan could. Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets, and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings, and experiences, their understanding of using Gu and so on. When summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now, there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels, that was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path Gu immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals, and schemes. Especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. Chapter 8:18. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time, it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes, and experiences. Gu immortal Han Dong is already dead. He was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts. He was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 Immortal Gu House Thatched Hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, Thatched Hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our Devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yuliang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the Immortal Gu in his body, White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Tai Bai Yunxing used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to modify his immortal soul. There is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary. He was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunxing's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Makoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. He had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunxing's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Makoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Makoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunxing's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Makoto for now. My cleansed soul immortal Gu needs food long ago. This White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yuliang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. It could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal goo he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture. Maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land. They were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal goo. But the White Lotus giant silkworm goo was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains goo immortal world. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion, like a huge wave. Northern Plains goo immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower escaped. Northern Plains goo immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains goo immortal world. After the auction, with the rank 8 goo immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains goo immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent goo immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the Superforce Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains goo immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless goo immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool Blessed Land. It was a mess. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel. Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help who immortal blessed land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense. It was better not to show himself. But White Lotus giant silkworm goo's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, cleansed soul immortal goo was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus giant silkworm goo to feed it. But immortal goo are unique. Even though they are precious, cleansed soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have self-strength immortal goo as the core. Even if cleansed soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with self-strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double, and it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleansed soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal goo were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. A few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where goo immortal Si Shermin died. From time to time, goo immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant immortal goo aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Cheshire Min left behind, but after failing, they left dejectedly. The Central Continent goo immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days. Perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Humph, do you think my Black Heaven Temple signature immortal killer move knows white defend black, cannot hide from you, and will be easily detected? Old man Tian Long snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent. She knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects. Their reputation needed to be protected at all times. They could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear. She was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion. She was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Humph! These mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. His strength path battle strength is quite high. He is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for. Shahuang. Kenyang Lao Jun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually. Even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sects, they are still a super force. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you, Kenyang, gained a lot this time. The rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well. Isn't this too much? Chen Zhanqi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sect's mission yet, but something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Jioge. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kenyang Laojuan's life chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster. He had immortal killer moves. Even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke. Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Chen Zhanqi. He could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter, come and go in a flash of smoke, referred to Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu immortal Bu Fei Yin. It meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely. She was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time, the female Gu immortal Bu Fei Yin had also come to Northern Plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Chen Zhanqi spoke, but Bu Fei Yin remained silent. She did not speak. But Old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 Immortal Gu House thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduce that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut, heh. I prefer to call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years, he used this to move unhindered in Northern Plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter. He doted on her. At that time, Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into Thatched Hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much. It was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal Hong Qiming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into Northern Plains with his Mortal Gu master cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly. He was very subtle about it. All right, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that Fairy Li Shan? Since she fought together with that Strength Path immortal zombie, they have a close relationship. She definitely knows many secrets. A Gu immortal said impatiently, That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains demonic path. So be it in the past. But now, old ancestor Shui, who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, he has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang, and follow the public account. You will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 819. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level. They had outstanding battle strength. They were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, they would only lose. Even though Feng Jiaga could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shui, he had terrifying battle strength. In Central Continent's information, he seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings, shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains' snowy mountain blessed land, the 4th Peaks Lord, Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peaks Peak Master, demonic Lord Longdan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peaks Lord. Gong Zmo's Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush. They had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Jie Shimin. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th, and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the free scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kenyang Lao Jun sighed deeply. That's right. Northern Plains is a land of long wars. It has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our Central Continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier, in the Battle of Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Jiaga takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Jiaga's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the Central Continent Gu immortals. But Feng Jiaga said, let's retreat. Saying so, without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other. They could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away. The immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Jiaga. The ambush earlier was Feng Jiaga's idea. Now that the three demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Juga was the first to retreat. We are united. Why would we be afraid of the three of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Juga's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Juga looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shuehu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight? This Northern Plains is really Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain, they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Dang Hun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves. Their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Juga smiled lightly, saying, "That Strength Path Immortal Zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us, he or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The immortals were speechless. They could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Juga was so daring. He actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. First peak. Old ancestor Shuehu sat on a large chair. He held a small mountain in his hand, rotating it as he observed it quietly. The surface of this small mountain was full of cracks, and it was a terrible sight to behold. Corpses were strewn all over the mountain. All of them were the corpses of midgets. Blood flowed everywhere, and the faint wails and cries of the survivors could be heard. It was none other than Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan chased after Minuscule Mountain and fought with the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. In the end, other Gu Immortals attacked. There were both righteous and demonic Gu Immortals. After a chaotic battle, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was on the brink of death. He fled with Minuscule Mountain, but was caught by He Lulan, who was at the edge of the battlefield. He Lulan killed the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. She fought with Fairy Li Shan to protect the spoils of war. They fought along the way. They barely survived and returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. This caused Minuscule Mountain to be on the brink of collapse. The Mini-Man on the mountain suffered even greater casualties. This is Minuscule Mountain? At this time, a female immortal walked out from behind. She was called Lady Wan Shou. She was old ancestor Shuehu's wife. She had rank 7 cultivation level. She was one of the 4 great refinement path Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The moment she appeared, she looked at Minuscule Mountain. She was very interested in this legendary mountain. "Madam, did you gain anything from this comprehension?" Old ancestor Shuehu turned around, asking warmly as he passed Minuscule Mountain to her. Lady Wan Shou nodded. "I have already comprehended all the steps to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, but I still need some time to familiarize myself with it." She said this as she received Minuscule Mountain, inspecting it carefully. On Minuscule Mountain, because the Mini-Man Gu Immortal was dead, there was no longer a pillar. The surviving Mini-Mans were shivering in fear, huddling together. "Monster! So scary, so scary. Don't eat me. I have too little flesh. I won't even be enough to fill your teeth." Lady Wan Shou was beautiful and dignified, her eyes shining brightly, but in the eyes of the Mini-Man, she was a terrifying monster. Lady Wan Shou looked at it for a while before moving Minuscule Mountain away from her, smiling lightly. "Sister Li Shan is blessed. She was an Earth Path Gu Immortal in her early years. She cultivated Earth Path on the side. Later, because she obtained Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu, she changed it to her Core Immortal Gu and became an Information Path Gu Immortal. But her blessed land was still a Wood Path Blessed Land. She managed flowers and plants. With the help of the Mini-Man tribe, they complemented each other. Sister Li Shan is a member of our Snowy Mountain. Now that minuscule mountain is in our hands. This proves that our snowy mountain's luck is flourishing. We are flourishing. Lady, you are wrong. Old ancestor Shui shook his head. On the contrary, this is a sign of our luck declining. I want to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo and use Ma Hong Yun as the main goo refinement material. Thus, the luck attacked me, causing me to face an obstacle. Look at this minuscule mountain. It is on the verge of collapse. To repair it, a huge price will be needed. Since this is third leader's possession, we will not give it up. We will make her pay a huge price. This indirectly affects my plan to gather goo refinement materials. This time, she had snatched away Fongtsuan Mountain, causing conflict and enmity between them. She even caused a commotion, causing the righteous path to take action. Look, this is Yao Huang's letter. Yao Huang's letter? Lady Wan Shou was shocked and hurriedly opened the letter to read the contents. In the letter, Yao Huang said, Minuscule Mountain was located in Jade Pool Blessed Land. It originally belonged to Dongfang tribe. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of Giant Sun Immortal, I, Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shui about returning Minuscule Mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wan Shou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wan Shou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shui worriedly. Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven goo, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses, old ancestor Shui laughed heartily. Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head-on. Old ancestor Shui said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Chapter 820. Lady Wan Shou raised her head, her gaze piercing through snowy mountain blessed land. She could see the outside world of northern plains. Originally, the sky above snowy mountain blessed land was clear and blue. There were no clouds in sight. But now, Yao Huang had arrived with a huge commotion. The wind and clouds were blowing. The sky was dyed orange. Yao Huang was nowhere to be seen, but his voice was transmitted. Old friend Shui, I hope you can forgive me for my abrupt visit. His voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, entering snowy mountain blessed land, causing countless snowy peaks to shake and snow to fall. Some peaks even had small avalanches. Ha ha! Old ancestor Shui laughed loudly as he flew into the sky, leaving snowy mountain blessed land, bringing along surging frost energy as he flew into the sky. Immediately, the sky changed. Half of it was orange light while the other half was frost energy. They were evenly matched. But right at this time, a black ink cloud appeared from the west. The ink cloud rumbled and spread rapidly. It was not inferior to old ancestor Shui and Yao Huang, forcefully creating a territory in the sky. Lady Wan Shou saw this and her expression changed. Her heart sank as she cried out, What, Heavenly Lord Baizu is here too? Inky clouds, frost air, and orange light surged mightily. They were in a deadlock with each other, dividing the vast expanse of sky into 3 parts. Old ancestor Shui sneered. Heavenly Lord, instead of managing your force properly, you are here to join in the fun? Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed dryly. Old friend Shui, this is just minuscule mountain. How can it enter your eyes? Why don't we return it to the righteous path and save this trouble? Lady Wan Shou's expression turned ashen. The demonic path Gu immortals left behind in snowy mountain blessed land were also paying attention to the sky. Their breathing was stifled. Heavenly Lord Baizu was originally a lone cultivator, but after the auction, he had been planning to establish a righteous path force. Right now, he was working with Yao Huang. It was 2 against 1, Old Ancestor Shuehu was alone. The situation was bad. But at the next moment, Old Ancestor Shuehu raised his head and laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with heroism. Then both of you can come together. Let's fight. With that said, with a loud boom, Old Ancestor Shuehu smashed through the heavenly constellation energy wall and entered the white sky. Rank 8 Gua mortals, when they make a move, their power is vast and terrifying. The earth cannot bear it. Normally, when making a move, they would tacitly enter deep into the immemorial 9 heavens to prevent the living beings on the ground from suffering a boundless calamity. My good friend is in the mood. In that case, this emperor will naturally accompany you. The eyes of the medicine sovereign flashed as he swiftly followed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. Since old friend Shuehu insists, then forgive this heavenly lord for offending you. The 3 rank 8 Gua mortals entered White Heaven. Soon, a series of explosions rang out in the sky. The 3 of them are fighting in the day. A central continent Gua mortal shouted. They had yet to reach the snowy mountain-blessed land. They were still thousands of miles away. At this moment, they raised their heads to look at the sky. He saw that the high altitude of 10,000 li was shaking endlessly, with black clouds surging. Pure white frost gushed out, while orange light filled the air. The rumbling sound was endless. It was like a bolt from the blue, causing people's hearts to tremble. Quick, while they are fighting, let's enter snowy mountain-blessed land. Feng Jioge took a look before retracting his gaze, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. The central continent Gua mortals breathed in deeply. These were all experts with great courage. When they heard Feng Jioge's order, they felt a sense of nervousness and excitement that they had not felt in a long time. They quickly increased their speed. Howl! Midway through the flight, an ancient, desolate beast suddenly fell from the sky with a wail. The central continent Gua mortals quickly dodged. This is the remnant heavenly hound. The immortals recognized the origin of this ancient, desolate beast. Their gazes were fixed. With a loud sound, the remnant heavenly hound crashed into the ground like a meteor, creating a huge crater. It struggled for a while before becoming motionless. The remnant heavenly hound actually fell from white heaven. How can the might of a rank 8 be so fierce? Just the aftermath of the battle caused the remnant heavenly hound to die so tragically. Be careful. As soon as the warning sounded, hailstones began to fall from the sky. These hailstones were as large as mountains. They covered an area of 1,000 li. The cold air was bone-chilling. All living beings were frozen to death. The central continent Gua mortals had no choice but to take a detour. Crack! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, brushing past the sleeves of the central continent Gua mortal, Old Oracle. Old Oracle let out a scream. He quickly pulled himself out of the dazzling lightning. His body was almost gone. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. After a while, as they got closer to snowy mountain-blessed land, a small burst of eerie wind blew. The central continent Gua mortal souls swayed. They were almost falling out of their bodies. The higher the Gua mortal's cultivation level, the greater the difference between one rank. The difference between rank 8 and 7 was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was rare to see a rank 7 fight against a rank 8 since ancient times. For so many years, the huge central continent only had one person like Feng Jioge. The central continent Gua mortals were blown all over the place. They barely managed to avoid being exposed, but their expressions were very ugly. All sorts of signs showed that the battle strength of Northern Plains rank 8 Gua mortals surpassed Central Continent's rank 8s. Central Continent had more rank 8 Gua mortals than Northern Plains. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains had the least rank 8 Gua mortals. This was because Northern Plains had frequent battles. Among the 5 regions, Northern Plains Gua mortals had the highest death rate. In Northern Plains, those who could carve a bloody path out of encirclement and stand at the peak of rank 8 were naturally not ordinary people. He had to be a hero among heroes. It was impossible for him to have a single strand of luck. Just the aftermath of the battle from White Heaven caused the central continent Gua mortals to be in a pitiful state. Old Oracle barely escaped death. He regained his human form. His face was still filled with disbelief as he muttered, "How can this be? I actually did not anticipate this lightning strike." Buffet Yan's gaze wavered. She put herself in old Oracle's shoes. If she was in his shoes, with her movement ability, she would not be able to escape that lightning strike. She could not help but ask, "Are we still moving forward?" Chun Zhenshi raised his head. The sky above him seemed to have turned into a cloth made of countless patches. Lumps of strength. They covered a large or small area, intertwining with each other. Some had dark clouds. Some had dark winds blowing. Some had lightning striking down. Some had hailstones crashing down. It was a scene akin to the end of the world. These central continent Gu immortals were not ordinary people. They had great foresight. They could see that in these small areas, the Tao marks of heaven and earth had completely changed. Some were filled with ice path Tao marks. Some were filled with lightning path Tao marks. Some were filled with wind path and soul path Tao marks. Even though they were less than 1,000 li away from snowy mountain blessed land. But this area was filled with killing intent. It was filled with dangerous and fatal traps. Is this the difference between rank 7 and rank 8? The Tao marks in each area are much more than what we obtained through our hard work. Life and death are not up to us. I have not felt this for many years. Too dangerous, too dangerous. It is not worth it to sacrifice our lives to capture a captive. The central continent Gu immortals started to retreat. Only Feng Jioge was unmoved. He took the lead from the start. His gaze was calm, as if he could not see the dangers around him. The central continent Gu immortals saw Feng Jioge like this. Waves rose in their hearts. This guy is really amazing. He can fight rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level. I did not think so before, but now that I think about it, Feng Jioge is truly terrifying. No, even if he can fight rank 8s, it is only temporary. Once our identities are exposed, if 3 Northern Plains rank 8 Gu immortals attack us, we will definitely die. This guy Feng Jioge, he disregards life and death, advancing courageously. I almost forgot that he is from the demonic path. He only switched to the righteous path midway. The central continent Gu immortals followed behind Feng Jioge. They exchanged glances and wanted to retreat, but because of their reputation and the reputation of their sects, they could not speak. They wanted others to speak first. Every second was becoming more and more difficult to endure. Just as the Gu immortals were in a dilemma, the leader, Feng Jioge, suddenly stopped. He stood at a low altitude and waved his hand. Everyone, stop. The immortals quickly stopped, only to see Feng Jioge looking up with a solemn expression. They followed his gaze, only to see that the sky was still filled with all sorts of powers that were repelling each other. The Gu immortals who had some comprehension activated their immortal killer moves. Their gazes pierced through these obstructions and saw the scene in white heaven. The Gu immortals who saw this gasped in shock. They saw that in white heaven, the 3 sides were no longer evenly matched. Old ancestor Shui, who had the upper hand, he was the sole victor. The pure white frost energy suppressed Yao Huang's orange-yellow light and forced it to retreat. Heavenly Lord Baizu's ink cloud was forced to retreat. What a formidable old ancestor Shuehu. I never expected that his combat strength would be so formidable. It has only been such a short period of time, yet the outcome has already been decided in a 1 versus 2 battle. Feng Jioge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate. He immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak. They quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Baizu could not take it anymore. He spoke. Old friend Shuehu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle. Yao Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shuehu, this is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old ancestor Shuehu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, You two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for? Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook. The earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear. There was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if northern plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom, boom, boom. 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Jioga, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in snowy mountain-blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The Gu immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy mountain-blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old ancestor Shuehu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Jioga looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, "Sky-splitting powder, it even split white heaven." The demonic path Gu immortals in snowy mountain-blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. "We welcome old ancestor's arrival." After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in northern plains has finally been settled. Old ancestor's strength is boundless. He is number 1 in northern plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wan Shou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle. Her expression was moving. There was pride and worry. "Don't worry, I have my misgivings. Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These 2 are also coveting fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. They do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in northern plains dares to disturb me." Old ancestor Shuehu smiled lightly, saying, "But this time, the white heaven above was broken. I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome." After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wan Shou relaxed. She pointed at old ancestor Shuehu's broad chest and rolled her eyes. "Oh, you." Chapter 821. Old ancestor Shuehu fought 1 against 2, defeating Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu. This battle shook northern plains. The news spread like a hurricane. Northern plains' Gu immortal world was in chaos. Furthermore, under the witness of Central Continent's Gu immortals, the news spread to Central Continent at the first moment. The leaders of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were alerted. They all remembered old ancestor Shuehu's name in the deepest part of their hearts. Several days later, Central Continent, Gu immortal blessed land. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan visited, bringing first-hand information. Fang Yuan held this information path mortal Gu. He closed his eyes. It was like he was in snowy mountain-blessed land. He was watching from Fairy Li Shan's perspective. At the top of the sky, the scene of 3 rank 8 great experts sparring with each other was being shown. From start to finish, it was grand and majestic. His mind was shaken by it. Even though they were far away, the 3 sides were deep in white heaven. Watching from afar, he could feel the vast might of rank 8s. Among Gu immortals, the higher their rank, the greater the gap. Between rank 6 and 7, there were still elites who could occasionally fight rank 7s. But between rank 7 and rank 8, the difference was like heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. To be able to fight rank 8s with rank 7 cultivation level, this was rarely seen in the history of humanity. At rank 9, they could sweep through the world with their own strength. Nobody could stop them. They were unrivaled, number 1 in the world. Rank 8 Goo Immortals were simply not Rank 9's match. They had all suffered huge losses. There had never been an exception. After watching this scene 3 times, Fang Yuan returned the goo worm to Fairy Li Shan. His eyes were calm as he opened them. Fang Yuan had expected old ancestor Shui, whose strength, in his previous life's memories, Central Continent had suffered several huge defeats. He even killed many Central Continent rank 8s. After witnessing it with his own eyes, Fang Yuan's understanding of Northern Plains' situation had deepened once again. Northern Plains' righteous path has 2 rank 8 Goo Immortals. They are Yao Huang and Prince's Impatience. In terms of prestige, Yao Huang is the #1 righteous path expert. But the Prince's Impatience has connections with Zhongzhou State and is the biggest secret of Zhongzhou State in the Northern Plains. The collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land has caused Northern Plains to be in turmoil. The arrangement that the giant sun Immortal had painstakingly arranged collapsed. Order collapsed, and because of the fight for Immortal Goo, righteous and demonic factions fought intensely. New and old grudges and conflicts arose. Although Qin Baisheng organized the auction, the Immortals were only busy digesting the spoils of war. They stopped for a short period of time, but the conflict has deepened. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land is the greatest loss to Northern Plains' righteous path. The fiendish Dao, on the other hand, benefited greatly. All along, the arrangements of the giant sun Immortal had been for the sake of his family's ambition to rule the world. Northern Plains' righteous path members all had Huangjin bloodline. The demonic cultivators and itinerant cultivators were suppressed to the point where they could barely lift their heads. Now that the 88-point Jinyang Tower had collapsed, the demonic path and rogue cultivators had one less mountain on their heads. Be it in his previous life's memories or his current life, Heavenly Lord Baizu had only established his super faction after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. He was a rank 8 Goo Immortal. But not all Huangjin bloodlines had to be like this. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huangjin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old ancestor Shui to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shui, refining the rank 8 fortune, rivaling heaven Immortal Goo was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangjing path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old ancestor Shui, needed a lot of resources to refine fortune, rivaling heaven Immortal Goo. He sent many demonic path Goo Immortals to gather Goo refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts. In the future, there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui, whose main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling heaven Immortal Goo. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Shui defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced. He could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Goo Immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly. Every action they made, or even a careless word they said, would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Goo Immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. All right, Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted, to complete the transaction. Now, we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo and a large number of Star Thought Goo to Feng Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Feng Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated. It was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Feng Yuan. It hated Feng Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Feng Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of Clean's soul immortal goo. So, through Fairy Li Shan, he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Feng Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Feng Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo inside, an ordinary Star Thought mortal goo. As for those immortal goo, Feng Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Feng Yuan obtained the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many Star Thought Goo, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed. It leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 Star Thought Goo, they came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke. Congratulations, Feng Yuan. In this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. This was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land. Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Feng Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Feng Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment, he said, Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is something recorded in the Legends of Ranzu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me. You have Dang Hun Mountain. You do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hee, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. I was about to ask you for help. I am asking you for help. Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. Oh, I would like to hear the details. So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe. They were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a time path immortal killer move many years ago. This time path killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge Goo, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies. They did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured. She did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus, He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Goo. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the time path killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai by Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe still had an alliance agreement. As long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath. She even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing, "This is indeed a good plan. I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail." Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile, and her heart sank. She thought, "It's coming." She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke, "Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Hu Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Hu Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai by Yunsheng restoring Minuscule Mountain. How about it?" Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunsheng's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shui, whose control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Hu Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai by Yunsheng's help. Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Gutsgu gains. At the same time, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity. He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shui, whose resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain. Old ancestor Shui, who only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shui, who defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shui, who summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected Minuscule Mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fangsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him restore Fangsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu Immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet. They could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Gutsgu transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu Immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold. She supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections. She was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Fang Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention. But since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but his request was for one of Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer moves. He had been coveting this immortal killer move for a long time. Now was the best time to extort her. Fang Yuan naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Fairy Li Shan heard Fang Yuan's request and thought to herself, he really did mention this. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. But the situation was beyond her control. Even if Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, what could she do? Time Aid Luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core to plunder other people's lifespan and obtain a temporary increase in luck. Fang Yuan obtained Time Luck Immortal Goo from Fairy Li Shan. He had wanted to use Inch of Time Goo to replace lifespan and use it with Time Luck Immortal Goo, but it failed. Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Goo could be used together, but the former's expenditure was too high. Later, Fang Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce Inch of Time Goo's expenditure, but he failed again. Even though he could use Wisdom Goo's light and had unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind. He could not use them. He had been refining malicious thought goo and memory thought goo, but they were not enough. He did not have enough left. Even if he had enough thoughts, Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was not high enough. To obtain the fruits of success, there was very little hope. But Fang Yuan already knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move, using Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. If used well, it would be a source of income that would not lose to Mountain Pledge Goo. Thus, Fang Yuan used this rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he immediately inspected it. Feeling a little strange, he asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I cannot reveal that." Fairy Li Shan had a cold expression. She was in a bad mood. Fang Yuan was taking advantage of her, but she had to ask for his help. She had to compromise. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Could it be Northern Plains lone cultivator Yi Qiuzi? This person displayed his brilliance during the Five Regions War. He was a secluded person who did not care about worldly matters, but when a battle broke out between Northern Plains and Central Continent's Gu Immortals, the battle affected his residence, causing him to attack in anger and capture 3 Gu Immortals alive in an instant. Northern Plains asked him to help, but he refused. But because of the alliance, he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains Gu Immortals to protect themselves. That killer move's name was very strange. It was very short, only one word. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Fang Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu Immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu Immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu Immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the Gu Immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu Immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu Immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu Immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu Immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid? Fang Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu Immortals, there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive. His reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, Rank 7. There were even Rank 8s. At least, Fang Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 Rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Fang Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions chaotic war. He could not help but sigh. There are so many rivers and rivers. There are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise mini-man tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Fang Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass. There were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining Gu continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale Gu refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a Gu worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the Gu recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the Gu refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac Gu were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size. Some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread. They would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine Gu obediently. Gu refinement had its risks. It was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, Gu worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds, and so on. If the Gu refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy. They would have a mental breakdown. Their limbs would be crippled. They would no longer be able to refine Gu worms. For those with light injuries, Fang Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Fang Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 8:23. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal Gu contained a trace of laws, while immortal Gu were fragments of the great Tao. Gu refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Fang Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the Gu refinement and were injured. Some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human Gu masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Fang Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine Gu day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep, with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human Gu masters, it would be impossible. Human Gu masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time. Without rest or entertainment, they would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing, or even use force to rebel. Thus, Feng Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human goo master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means, not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare goo refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Mini-Man tribe. She could control the Mini-Man tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Mini-Man tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of goo refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Feng Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time, He Lulan also suggested, Feng Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The Guts Goo trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Feng Yuan to participate in the Guts Goo transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the Guts Goo trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Feng Yuan nodded. To solve this problem, we have to start from 2 aspects. The first was to modify the goo recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men, so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Goo recipes were refined and refined. They had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the goo recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Feng Yuan had wisdom goo. Although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Feng Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a goo recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Feng Yuan naturally would not say this, he said without changing his expression. The second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men. There are very few females and children. This is to prevent other goo immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around. They would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Feng Yuan was well aware. With his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food. One would die every 2 to 3 days, half a month later. All the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment, and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Feng Yuan had raised rockmen before. The rockman tribe in whose immortal blessed land was once very strong. But that was because Guts Goo could make the rockmen's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus, this was purely a cheating method if Feng Yuan were to raise rockmen. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rockmen there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other goo immortals. Back then, when Feng Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on earth. How much money would he have to pay? Feng Yuan did not eat, drink, or spend. With his earning speed, he would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtain the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. I would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Fang Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements. I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine Airsaku in the 3 stone nests. You will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives, and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Fang Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Fang Yuan, it did not move. Fang Yuan had intentionally weakened it, so Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He was very wary of this old fox. But now, he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Fang Yuan crushed a few Airsaku and used Guts Goo on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered. In the blink of an eye, it had recovered by more than half. Fang Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Fang Yuan had already searched it thoroughly. He had no secrets from Fang Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate. His heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Fang Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul-searching, he checked the goo worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth. A hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Fang Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Fang Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets. He had basically been squeezed dry. But Fang Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Fang Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Time Path Killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Goo. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Goo Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang Tribe and Miniman Tribe. The Miniman Tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way, Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value. It was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now. There might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Fang Yuan was hiding it. He was just casually laying down a chess piece. It was better to be prepared. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo now. This time, he soul-searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Cleanse Soul Immortal Goo's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, but Fang Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time, Fang Yuan confirmed once again, Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave. The heavenly power of nature created it. It was an environment suitable for the white lotus giant silkworm goo to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these goo worms. He did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the phantom formation. They played a crucial role. The remaining white lotus giant silkworm goo were now in Fang Yuan's hands. Now, those who lost to Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited amount of white lotus giant silkworm goo in his hands to research and experiment, reverse deduce the goo recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture white lotus giant silkworm goo. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of white lotus giant silkworm goo in the future. But if it failed, these white lotus giant silkworm goo would be used up in experiments. There was not enough to feed them. The remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Cleansed soul immortal goo would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of white lotus giant silkworm goo was not enough. At most, it could only allow cleansed soul immortal goo to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Fang Yuan originally had a vague hope. He hoped to obtain some new white lotus giant silkworm goo from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Fang Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes. He finally made up his mind. Chapter 8:24. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleansed soul immortal goo is already very hungry. It is very weak. If I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Fang Yuan was a demonic path cultivator. He liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good, and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleansed soul immortal goo was in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its entire body was gray and shriveled. It was lying on the ground motionlessly. Fang Yuan willed. Using the power of goo worms, he cut open the white lotus giant silkworm goo, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to cleansed soul immortal goo. Cleansed soul immortal goo's body shook slightly. It did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Fang Yuan could only place cleansed soul immortal goo on the flesh. Cleansed soul immortal goo moved restlessly for a moment before calming down. It quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach. It finally had some strength. It opened its mouth wider and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more. Its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and cleansed soul immortal goo finished eating their flesh and blood, cleansed soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole. Its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head. It was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth took up half of its head. Now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Fang Yuan knew that it was not satisfied. It still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up. Not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy cleansed soul immortal goo, Fang Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least cleansed soul immortal goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Fang Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Cleansed soul immortal goo was not full yet. Fang Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of cleansed soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave, there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Fang Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. He already had many immortal goo, but compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence. It was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Renzu, wisdom goo, strength goo, and others could even converse with Renzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Fang Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Fang Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Fang Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Fang Yuan's mind continuously. At once, it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Fang Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities. All sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Fang Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier, he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Fang Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path, there were thoughts, wills, and emotions. In terms of thoughts, there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Fang Yuan. All along, Fang Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Fang Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously, he did not succeed. He only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal goo recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo and minute light mortal goo together, reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Fang Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now, there was no need to deduce it, because Fang Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move myriad self, to increase the power of myriad self. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of airsac goo and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the goo refinement and reduce the loss of hairy men. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Fang Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of airsac goo and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Fang Yuan would refine goo on a large scale, not just airsac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan. It was not even necessary. After all, Fang Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path. He did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Fang Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Fang Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Fang Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded. Countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days. Only on the afternoon of the 3rd day did Fang Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move myriad self. Myriad self's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against earth path goo immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher. The power will increase by 20%. Fang Yuan inspected star thought goo again. There were close to 40,000 star thought goo left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 star thought goo. That was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using star thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, star thought goo is not as durable as memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Hu immortal blessed land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, there was not enough time. He would not be able to deduce anything. Fang Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace and continued to research on the Wisdom Path inheritance. This immortal level Wisdom Path inheritance had a huge amount of content. It included hundreds of mortal goo recipes, more than 10 immortal goo recipes, dozens of mortal killer moves, and close to 10 immortal killer moves. They involved offense, defense, advancement and retreat, storage, healing, and other aspects. Other than that, there were all sorts of wisdom path methods and techniques. For example, cultivation methods to expand the mind space, and methods to modify the heart and form the heart aperture. There was also knowledge of astronomy and geography, the distribution of resources in the 5 regions, the general situation of Northern Plains forces, as well as introducing the dangers one would encounter in cultivation and how to resolve them. There was also information on Goo Master's immortal ascension, the introduction of all sorts of heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities, as well as how to deal with them. Of course, there were also introductions of other paths, like fire path, metal path, space path, time path, and others, the strengths and weaknesses of the Goo immortals of these paths, their needs, and how to deal with them in battle. There was also discussion on management methods, how to manage a Goo immortal blessed land to allow one to survive and advance in cultivation. It could be said that this was a Goo Master's encyclopedia of cultivation. It allowed one to have a foothold in reality, distinguish between right and wrong, grasp methods to survive and deal with enemies, and cultivate to become stronger. This inheritance was not the work of the Creator, that star path Goo immortal of the celestial court alone. Instead, every Goo immortal who inherited this inheritance and used it to cultivate continued to add and improve on the content. Generation after generation, they expended a lot of effort and finally formed a cultivation manual. Fang Yuan could see a lot of the ancient history of Central Continent and Northern Plains from it. At the end of the Immortal Killer move, he found that the last inheritor, Dongfang Naganori, added a new Immortal Killer move, Hataru. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Feng Yuan sighed. If I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Feng Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea, Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued, hazy like smoke. A group of Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it, don't let the drizzle fall on you. It has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, Vanishing Immortal Essence Scattering Rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous Vanishing Immortal Powder, it can't be this strange and powerful. Our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round, we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Du Stain. Thus, we came to this round. We were hit by the Vanishing Immortal Powder but could not defend against it. We could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly, he said. The immortals quickly conversed. After getting the answer, their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds, they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good. This battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves, he even introduced the old and brought forth the new, creating his own original creation. This battlefield killer move is her original creation. There is no record of it in history. This battlefield killer move does not seem to have any offensive power, but it has a huge space inside. Together with immortal scattering primordial rain, it is simply exhausting us to death. What should we do? Almost all of their methods were used. The Gu immortals were panicking. The leader, Shark Demon, had an ashen expression. He stared at the wisdom path Gu immortal in the group and shouted, "Budan, what are you doing? After so long, you still can't deduce the flaw of this battlefield killer move?" Budan was scolded and quickly wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, saying anxiously, "I am useless. This battlefield killer move is profound and profound. It surpasses the previous battlefield killer moves by a huge level. My wisdom path inheritance is already mostly incomplete. I cannot think of a way to decipher it. This Budan was actually a living person, a wisdom path Gu immortal, but he was scolded by the immortal zombie, shark demon, like an obedient child, obeying obediently. Eastern Sea's Zombie Alliance was the headquarters of Zombie Alliance. It was different from the other 4 regions. It was a huge force that surpassed ordinary super forces. Zombie Alliance's headquarters not only had many immortal zombie experts, there were also living Gu immortals. These living Gu immortals had lower statuses than immortal zombies. Shark Demon's anger dissipated after scolding. He said in a dejected tone, "Budan is useless. We can only use Profound Icehouse and forcefully blast it. See if we can create a path." The other Gu immortals were overjoyed. Some had shining eyes. To think that Lord Shark Demon would actually use Profound Icehouse in this trip. Tai Bai Yunqing's eyes were also shining brightly. In Eastern Sea, Zombie Alliance was extremely powerful. It was a dominating force. It was the leader of the super forces. Forget about others. It had 3 immortal Gu houses. Of course, only one was complete. The other 2 were damaged beyond repair. But even if it was an incomplete immortal Gu house, it could barely be activated. Its power was extraordinary. Shark Demon was a rank 7 expert. Ever since Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters took the mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land, he had entered the Blessed Land many times and passed many rounds. The more rounds he passed, the more importance he placed on Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip to the Blessed Land, under the persuasion of his wife, Subai Man, he spent a lot of money to rent Profound Icehouse from Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Icehouse. It was not big. It was round like a sphere. The outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Subai Man, and then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal Gu house. This immortal Gu house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal Gu house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal Gu house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 Immortal Gu house, Profound Ice Incomplete house. "Come out." Inside the house, Shark Demon had a defeated expression. He shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky, the immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by Profound Ice Incomplete house breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu Blessed Land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. They had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, the key was not to force their way in. They had to consider a balance. This Yulu Blessed Land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used Profound Ice Incomplete House, the Immortals could only charge out of the Blessed Land. They could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away Profound Ice Incomplete House, feeling dejected as he thought. This is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Ulu Blessed Land, we even used Profound Ice Incomplete House. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this Profound Ice Incomplete House. Otherwise, we would still be trapped there. Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely. The latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly. They felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought Profound Ice Incomplete House with him. This vanishing Immortal Scattered Essence Rain Killer move is too powerful. Even the Immortal Gu House could not defend against it. It landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunsheng who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened. He replied, "That is because this Profound Ice Incomplete House's greatest use is to help Ice Path Gu Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside. The inside is very damaged. It was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete Immortal Gu house, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it." So that's the case. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. All right, this exploration of Ulu Blessed Land is over. Everyone is dismissed. Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The Immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was not in a hurry to leave. "Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter?" Su Bai Man asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. The reason was naturally because of the man as before Immortal Gu in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. "Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now." Shark Demon and Su Bai Man looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have methods like Qinyang Lao Jun. He could not conceal his aura. It could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange, because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature. It was powerful and terrifying, far exceeding the limits of rank 8 Gu Immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Chapter 826. When Gu Immortals passed through the regional wall, it was extremely difficult and arduous. But every year at this time, because of the earth tide, Eastern Sea's regional wall would become weak. There would be Gu Immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border who would take the chance to enter Eastern Sea. Of course, a small number of Eastern Sea Gu Immortals would take the chance to enter Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border. Thus, it was not strange for Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border Gu Immortals to come to Eastern Sea. Only Western Desert Gu Immortals were truly rare in Eastern Sea. Because Western Desert and Eastern Sea were not connected, they were separated by Central Continent. Once Western Desert Gu Immortals appeared in Eastern Sea, they would definitely attract attention. There were 5 regions in the world: Central Continent, Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. Among them, Central Continent had the strongest overall strength with countless Gu master sections. Southern Border had a myriad of mountains and mountain ranges. Northern Plains grassland was flat and boundless. The tribes were the most mobile and battle-hungry. And Eastern Sea had the most abundant resources. In the vast sea area, in the deep sea, there were countless fish, prawns, and sea beasts, as well as countless minerals and precious stones. Gu Immortals from Central Continent, Northern Plains, and Southern Border came to Eastern Sea mostly for these resources. It was a common situation. Especially in Northern Plains, it was a battlefield with the most scarce resources. There were many northern plains Gu immortals who came to Eastern Sea to seek opportunities to develop or to seek shelter. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, "Thanks to the two of you, I have developed well in Eastern Sea, thus my immortal aperture is gradually becoming unstable. The earth tide is coming. I am going to use this chance to return to northern plains and place down my blessed land. I will stabilize my immortal aperture and face the earthly calamity." "So that's it." Shark Demon nodded. "We should have thought of it, Sir Tai Bai. You need to be careful when you go. Maybe you can let us escort you?" Su Baiman smiled and suggested. Tai Bai Yunsheng waved his hand. "No need, no need." Shark Demon and Su Baiman saw Tai Bai Yunsheng's rejection and did not mention it. Even though the earth tide would cause the regional walls. But weak points. There was also a formless tidal force entrenched, like countless submerged reefs and whirlpools. It was still very dangerous. To pass through there must be a correct route map. This route map was very precious. It was fine if there was a wisdom path Gu immortal to deduce it, but if there was no wisdom path method, it would be useless. He could only rely on himself to continuously explore. If they were escorted by Shark Demon and his wife, wouldn't the route map in Tai Bai Yunsheng's hands be leaked? Therefore, when the Shark Demon couple saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng refused, they couldn't force him. "Once Northern Plains is settled properly, I will take advantage of the next earth tide to return. Who knows, he might even persuade a few of his good friends to come here as well." Tai Bai Yunsheng spoke again, laying the groundwork for Fang Yuan's appearance. "Good. Tai Bai Bro's friends are our friends. Of course we welcome them." Shark Demon laughed. He was very forthright and enthusiastic. Only then did Tai Bai Yunsheng leave. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's back that had shrunk to the size of an ant, Su Baiman frowned, transmitting to Shark Demon. "Even though the regional walls are weak, the earth tide is too terrifying. If one is careless and gets hit by the formless tidal force, it is a small matter to injure one's muscles and bones. One might even die on the spot. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunsheng is. He must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map, we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time." Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting. "No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before immortal Gu to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits." "All right, I will listen to you." Su Baiman immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze, but her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Baiman, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. "I know what my wife is worried about. That's right. We were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time, we used Profound Icehouse. Our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter. In this world, who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now, we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid. No matter what happens in the future, no matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you." Husband. Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear. The sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally, white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Fang Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Fang Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle Strength Gu burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between Gu immortals and mortals. Most mortal Gu masters had only heard of immortals. They had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Northern Plains Gu immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider. Thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Fang Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Haishur Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Ulu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had Time Anchor Immortal Goo. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the Immortal Goo man as before. But unless they had methods like thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the Immortal Goo. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Feng Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Feng Yuan to not even get a single Immortal Goo. The difficulty of snatching Immortal Goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunxing flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring. There was little vegetation. It was basically barren gray-brown rocks. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Gu immortal. He did not care. He only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island, barren land. Naturally, no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the Gu formation that he had set up to see if there were any changes. There were still some Gu formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other Gu immortals, the Gu formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunsheng had close to 10 Gu worms in his hands. These were all information path Gu worms. They carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng kept a low profile as a time path healing Gu immortal, the immortal Gu he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag. They could not be hidden for long. These information path Gu worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal them. They wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. He also had 2-time path immortal Gu. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng took these information path Gu worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily. He did not spend much effort on it. Thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng first replied to these information path Gu worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a Stargate and can easily return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But in this situation, I cannot directly open the Stargate. That will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunsheng could be considered a celebrity now. His actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the Stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Yuan studied the Wisdom Path Inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This Wisdom Path Inheritance is mainly used for deduction. It is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique. It uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Looking at the entire inheritance, the myriad star fireflies is without a doubt the #1 offensive killing move. This was Feng Yuan's greatest emotion. His nature was different from Tai Bai Yunsheng. He had a strong sense of aggression. The first thing he paid attention to was the offensive methods in the inheritance. Why did this Hataru make Feng Yuan feel so emotional? The foundation of this move was still Star Thought Gu. Each starlight firefly had a star thought wrapped around it. Using this move expended an astonishing amount of energy. Not only did it expend immortal essence, it also expended the Wisdom Path Dao marks on the Gu Immortal's body. Gu Immortals had Dao marks on their bodies. Feng Yuan had Strength Path Dao marks. while Fire Path Gu Immortals had Fire Path Dao marks. Dongfang Naganori naturally had Wisdom Path Dao marks. Every time he used this move, he would expend at least 16 Wisdom Path Dao marks. One had to know that Dao marks were extremely rare. If Gu Immortals wanted to obtain Dao marks, other than rare and unique methods, the most orthodox and mainstream method was to undergo heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Every time they underwent one, they would obtain Dao marks on their body. The number of Dao marks depended on the strength of the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. The stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Chapter 8:27. Hataru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hataru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu Immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hataru. The more time passed, the stronger Hataru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu Immortals, it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hataru's usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the #1 wisdom path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hataru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow. Most Gu Immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hataru is almost on par with my current Myriad Self-Killer move. Of course, my Myriad Self-Killer move has a lot of potential. Hataru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no Wisdom Path Dao marks. Unless I walk the Wisdom Path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hataru killer move needed 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Fang Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the Immortal Gu were detonated. Not a single one was left for Fang Yuan. Among these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. In this Wisdom Path inheritance, there were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan would not need to waste so much effort, slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal Gu. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Of course, if Fang Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Gu, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals all had Wisdom Path Dao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Gu. Just like how Fang Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra, it could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary Gu Immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Gu and Immortal Killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Dao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune. Misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan could afford to use Immortal Gu, but he did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Gu. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine Immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. They were fragments of the laws of the great Tao. Refining immortal goo required a lot of immortal materials and immortal yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining immortal goo, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining immortal goo was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the #1 wisdom path goo immortal in Northern Plains. He had been in charge of a super force for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 immortal goo at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Mince Blood immortal goo and Split Shadow immortal goo. There were more than 10 immortal goo recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path Inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former was the #1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path goo immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, even with Ma Hong Yun, they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so, they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Fang Yuan's current situation, there was no way he could refine an immortal goo. It was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought immortal goo, Fang Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the goo immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other wisdom path goo immortals tried to deduce the goo immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit immortal goo. Dark Limit immortal goo was actually obscured. It could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague. It was difficult to deduce. The answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path immortal killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path Inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path goo immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path goo immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Fang Yuan, it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path Inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path goo immortals and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path immortal goo as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point. Fang Yuan did not have the wealth to refine immortal goo. Eventually, Fang Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path Inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will. How to distinguish the type of will. How to control the enemy's will. How to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will. How to use wills to attack. Things to note in a battle of wills. How to investigate wills. How to heal wills. How to amplify wills. How to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Fang Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Fang Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Fang Yuan's first vital goo, Spring-Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Fang Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy. It was like eating food. Everyone had a mouth. Fang Yuan was not a soul path goo immortal, but he could still search Tai by Yunqing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job. Only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning. He did not have the experience of his previous life to help him. He was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. He was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. Now that he was facing Fang Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed, to him, who a mortal blessed land with Fang Yuan was like home. Fang Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You were injured? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He said with lingering fear, I am different now. I have just entered Eastern Sea. I am already attracting attention. I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me. I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall. It is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Fang Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfang Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Fang Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunxing was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate, he would become another fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunxing then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times. He had encountered countless difficulties, but until now, he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land. He was obstructed by the outskirts. Fang Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there. It is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal goo. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal goo houses. Eighth, whether there are goo immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunxing listened to Fang Yuan's words. He had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Fang Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted. He showed an interested expression as he said, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan did not answer. Instead, he asked Tai Bai Yunxing, Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings? Gu are the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunxing leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times. They have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first rank 9 Gu immortal in human history, primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Ranzu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan spoke frankly. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contains some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu, and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce, finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao. Gu masters using Gu were using Tao. Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunxing sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted, and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take my Hu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. That is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time. It has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks. So the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded repeatedly, agreeing. That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks. Thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least. Thus there are no mountains in the blessed land. The soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, but when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high. As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing. That is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Fang Yuan continued, a blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed. Mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws. They have their own bodies, like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was a blood path Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial nine heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks, they were much fewer than the Dao marks on his body. When Feng Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode. The Dao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Dao marks, they were mixed. Dongfang Naganori could not use all of his Dao marks. He could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Dao marks on them. They could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Dao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfang Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight, penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yunsheng was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Dao marks. They restrict each other. They cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers. They can only move alone. They cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Dao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Dao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments. Desolate beasts have Dao marks. Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu. Immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Dao marks. They can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Dao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Dao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land. If not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jinyang Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunsheng got up from his seat. He stood up straight and faced Feng Yuan, bowing. Listening to Feng Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear. I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation, you are ahead of me. Old Bai, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble. I believe you have some understanding of this principle. It is just that it is not as clear as mine. Feng Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple, but it is very important. The word Tao is indeed more profound than the phrase man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity, and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying, in the world of Gu masters, was nothing more than give me a Gu worm. I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms. I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Feng Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal Venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal Venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching. He merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable, but Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations. They could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was in the Gu master civilization, heard Fang Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Fang Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Fang Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Fang Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunsheng would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunsheng's current state. The two conversed for a while, more before Tai Bai Yunsheng bid farewell to Fang Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Fang Yuan had lived two lives. His enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunsheng, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yunsheng had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui, who was in charge of Snowy Mountain, Tai Bai Yunsheng was an outsider with a sensitive identity. It was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yunsheng already had the experience of saving Danghun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous. It passed smoothly. The pale-faced fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if Fairy is interested? Fang Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine immortal Gu. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now, Fairy Jiang Yu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch Dark Limit Immortal Gu, we do not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. It is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It is called Star Fog Concealment. It can obscure heaven's secrets. It is very suitable for us. Fang Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan, as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 immortal Gu as the cores to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 immortal Gu is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 immortal Gu is impossible. This time, by restoring Minuscule Mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured. She needed to ask other Gu immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Shui who had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier. Her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the 4 of them, by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there, he could increase the size of the stone nest and increase the production of airsac Gu. Thus, they increased the trade of guts Gu. After that, the 4 of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal goo. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts goo can be said to be very popular. Many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to snowy mountain blessed land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining airsac goo for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Danghun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langya. The hairy men in Langya blessed land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Langya blessed land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langya definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal goo recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langya desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langya? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langya had a firm attitude. It was like an iron wall. There was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way. That is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langya brought up the matter again. He still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time. He thought about it and asked, If I obtain these goo refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langya waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible. Anything related to hairy men is not for sale. You better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the goo recipe of all-out effort goo. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal goo recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langya threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langya was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high. Fang Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Fang Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Langya? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Langya was so difficult to deal with was because of Fang Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Fang Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Langya fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus, at this moment, Fang Yuan could not think of anything else. Langya blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Langya. The plan failed. Fang Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later, Myriad Self-Giant Hand, Rise. Fang Yuan activated an immortal killer move. 4 of the 8 strength path hands grabbed onto the 4 corners of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up, while the remaining 4 held onto the bottom of Danghun Mountain, lifting it up. Danghun Mountain rose rapidly. Soon, it was 50 to 60 feet above the ground. Tai Bai Yunxing stood in the sky. Seeing this, he was dumbfounded. Inside the stone nest, He Lulan looked from afar, seeing the huge Danghun Mountain floating in the sky. She muttered, In such a short time, he became stronger again. This time, Fang Yuan lifted Danghun Mountain much more easily than before. Not only because of the 8 strength path hands, but also because pulling mountain immortal goo had completely fused into the killer move Myriad Self, becoming the core. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul immortal goo originally, but after Cleanse Soul was hungry, it could not be used, so Self-Strength was used instead. Now, Myriad Self was the core of the killer move. There were already two, one was Self-Strength, the other was Pulling Mountain. Don't be dazed, receive it, Fong Yuan shouted. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly opened his immortal aperture, as the 8 strength path hands lightly placed Dang Hun Mountain into his immortal aperture blessed land. All right, the land spirit will lead you to collect some resources in the blessed land, Fong Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, and was led by Little Hu Immortal. She disappeared in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan landed on the ground. Without Dang Hun Mountain, the blessed land was empty. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and activating Time Luck Immortal Goo. Next, in his immortal aperture's dead land, countless mortal goo also flew up. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended, with Time Luck Immortal Goo as the core. With the mortal goo as support, countless goo worms gathered to form a white gold fog of light. The fog of light flew up. It flew across the gray sky, and after flying for several li, it arrived beside a group of goo master captives. These captives were from Dongfang tribe. They had been imprisoned in the underground prison by Fong Yuan, but now they were taken out and placed in his immortal aperture. As the fog of light shrouded them, these captives shouted in fear. What is this? A bad feeling arose in their hearts. They wanted to dodge, but they were restrained and couldn't move a single step. The white gold fog of light revolved around them, from slow to fast. It rotated until it formed into a white gold whirlpool. The white gold whirlpool brewed for a while, and suddenly, with a loud sound, a white gold pillar of light burst out. Immortal killer move. Time Aid Luck. The pillar of light pierced out of Fong Yuan's immortal aperture, moving up along his spine and shooting out of Fong Yuan's head, straight into the sky. After a few breaths of time, the pillar of light vanished. At the same time, the white gold whirlpool in Fong Yuan's immortal aperture also vanished completely. On the rotten ground, the corpses of Dongfang tribe captives were strewn all over. These corpses were all old and withered. Most of them were young, but now they were old beyond recognition. Time Aid Luck had such an effect. By snatching the lifespan of others, the Goo Immortal could temporarily increase their luck. I am not resigned to this. You killed us, murderer. We will turn into malicious ghosts to haunt you. For your own selfishness, you slaughtered innocent living beings. You are a sinner. You are a murderer. Ah, eat him. Eat him. Suddenly, countless vicious remnant souls appeared in Fong Yuan's body. They surrounded Fong Yuan's soul and attacked. Fong Yuan sneered. His tall, immortal zombie body was unmoving like a mountain. The soul in his body, however, retaliated, clashing fiercely with the remnant souls. These souls were very tattered. They came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Fong Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully, they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Fong Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Fong Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind, on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe, but thankfully, he had Guts Goo. Right now, he crushed Air Sac Goo. The Guts Goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Fong Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed. It was like a piece of metal that had been forged. It was more compact. Chapter 830. The Killer Move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had two flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the Remnant Soul. Because of the Immortal Killer Move, the Remnant Soul was very fierce. Soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods. They could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, Even soul path goo immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use time assist luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, one day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the goo immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a goo immortal, from death to life, was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Feng Yuan kept time luck immortal goo and the other mortal goo before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal goo. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of time assist luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal goo. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yifan, Hanli, and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Feng Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Feng Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yifan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times, he climbed and grabbed long vines, flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands, and other places. Yifan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face goo is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 goo. It can change the appearance of a male goo master. I am currently being hunted down. This goo worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yifan's heart. Yifan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no! I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man, half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face goo escape. Just as Yifan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon, bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yifan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it! After so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh. Without a goo worm that specializes in capturing wild goo, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yifan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise, it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yifan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave, when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yifan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue face goo. But this blue face goo had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yifan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild goo worm, there would be strong resistance from the goo worm's will, but now that the goo worm was extremely weak, Yifan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face goo like this, Yifan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face goo, there were 3 other wild goo worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths. Western Desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Hanli breathed heavily. His feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. "Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones." Behind Hanli, a rank 3 goo master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Hanli heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Hanli couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 goo master chasing after Hanli was extremely anxious. Hanli was only a youth. His body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the goo master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 goo master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement goo, thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder. The other party is only a mortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable. They are materials for refining rank 5 goo. If they are sold, the rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card goo worm. Immediately, his heart emptied. His lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement goo worm. His speed increased sharply, and in a few breaths of time, he was behind Hanli. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Hanli. But the goo master's eyes flashed, and he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Hanli. On the other hand, the goo master hated Hanli and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Hanli's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Hanli was heavily injured. His right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. He screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin. He just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 goo master was shocked. His primeval essence was completely exhausted. He had no other choice. Could he really let this brat escape? But soon, the goo master calmed down. Although Hanli jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured. He was dizzy and couldn't get up. "Brat, you really know how to run. Run. Run again." The rank 3 goo master had a fierce expression. He slowly walked towards Hanli. Hanli felt despair. He subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 goo master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Hanli. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom! Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 goo master under the rocks. The rank 3 goo master's ribs were crushed. His organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Hanli was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This goo refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young goo masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining goo at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas. They were reserved for disciples, elders, and external elders. Right now, 16 goo master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining beauty goo. It tests the goo master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Xiao Yu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xiaolon and Luwan. The 2 of them and Xiao Yu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the 3 of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out? That is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th, and 6th young Gu masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed. The winner will be one of Xiao Yu, Xiaolon, and Luwan. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. Chapter 831. The Refinement Hall elders spent a lot of effort in nurturing them. These 3 standards are above average even in Central Continent. As the saying goes, great teachers produce great disciples. An elder praised. You flatter me. These 3 children have talent, but more importantly, they have the dean's support, otherwise, they would not have such proficiency. The Refinement Hall elder had a humble attitude. The dean was silent. The Refinement Hall elder changed the topic, talking about Hong Yi. Speaking of which, the dean's son Hong Yi also has such talent. He has entered the finals. Most importantly, he is not a Refinement Hall disciple. He does not practice much. To be able to obtain such results, it is truly impressive. The elders looked at each other. They were secretly disdainful of the Refinement Hall elders' blatant flattery, but they also agreed. That's right, that's right. With the dean's bloodline flowing in his veins, how weak can he be? When he first entered the academy, he was insignificant. But now, Hong Yi is already the leader of a group of disciples. He will definitely become a leader in the future. The dean snorted. Can't I see that my son is trying to please the crowd? He was extremely lucky to be able to enter the finals. He dabbles in a wide range of things. He does not know his limits. He is proficient in many things, but he is lacking in many things. After this competition ends, let him go into seclusion for 7 days to reflect on himself. All the elders were silent. The dean had many sons. Hong Yi was the best one, but he was born from a concubine. He did not have a good relationship with his father. He had a rebellious personality, thus he was often bullied by the dean. This time, Hong Yi was participating in the refinement path competition behind his father's back. At this moment, Hong Yi was sweating profusely. He stared at the lump of flame in his hand. Within the flame, the Gu worm was gradually taking shape. Finally, I have reached the final step. It is a pity that I wasted too much time. Hong Yi observed others while he was busy. When he saw that Xiao Yu, Xiaolon, and Lu Wen's flames had shrunk to the size of a wick, Hong Yi knew that he had no hope of winning. As a matter of fact, he did have some talent in the path of refinement, even more so than Xiao Yu and the other 2. However, he rarely practiced. First of all, this was not his main focus. His energy was scattered, and his time was limited. Secondly, he had no financial support. Although he had some fortuitous encounters, his father had not supported him and had only allowed him to focus on his main Tao. Damn it, father had already sensed my intentions. I wanted to put mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Father abided by the rules of the ancestors. How could he agree? He hoped that I would be like my other brothers and sisters, obedient and not offend his majesty. But the Hong family is really unfair to my mother. Unfair? If I don't avenge my mother, then I'm not worthy of being a son. Fine. Now, I can only take a risk and take a gamble. This was the final step of refining the red beauty goo, and it could be done in one step by a refinement master. However, the flames were difficult to control, so they deliberately slowed down. Of course, I can't do it in one go, but if I'm faster than them, I still have a chance to win. Hong Yi made up his mind and immediately acted. Whether it was the spectating disciples or the elders on the stage, they quickly noticed Hong Yi's actions. Everyone shook their heads. So naive. Hong Yi wants to take a risk, but how can he turn the situation around? Unless he is a refinement pathmaster. Of course he is not a refinement pathmaster. He is courting death. Quickly look. His flames are out of control. Oh no! Hong Yi shouted in his heart. The flames in his hands were flickering, crackling as they burned, as if they were going to explode at any moment. The explosion was not terrifying. After all, the academy had set a test. They had to consider the safety of the disciples. Failed. Hong Yi's heart sank. The flames in his hands had completely left his control. They even flew out of his hands. At once, Hong Yi felt bitter. I still failed in the end. Achoo. He had been practicing Gu refinement at night recently. He had been cramming at the last minute, but now that he was relaxed, he was covered in sweat and sneezed. As he sneezed at the flames in front of him, they were extinguished. A fully refined red beauty Gu fell on the floor of the square with a bang. Refined? Refined? Hong Yi was stunned. Everyone was petrified. Puff. An elder who was drinking tea spat out the tea in his mouth. Even the academy's headmaster, Hong Yi's father, subconsciously stood up. He had a strange expression. He was extremely shocked. This sneeze, it was like a refinement pathmaster's technique. It actually passed the final hurdle in one go and refined the red beauty Gu successfully. Hong Yi, this kid, what kind of dog shit luck does he have? Who immortal blessed land? Fang Yuan, Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lu Lan and the land spirit, little Hu immortal, stood together in the sky, silently waiting for the arrival of the earthly calamity. What earthly calamity will it be this time? Little Hu immortal looked at her master. Fang Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, this tribulation is different from the previous one. We have 3 Gu immortals and moved away Danghun Mountain. We have taken away many resources, greatly reducing the Blessed Land's foundation. Furthermore, I have also increased my luck. My chance of passing the tribulation has increased to 80%. The heavenly Tao takes away excess and makes up for deficiency. It is about balance. The deeper the Blessed Land's foundation, the stronger the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan moved Danghun Mountain and the rest of the precious resources into Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. This way, he reduced his luck and lowered the difficulty of the earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation. In the trip to Imperial Court Blessed Land, he once again experienced the wonders of luck path. He knew that the stronger his master's luck was, the weaker the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity would be. It could be said that Fang Yuan had already made all the necessary preparations. But even so, there was still a 20% chance that Fang Yuan would fail to resist the earthly calamity. The reason was that there were many types of earthly calamities. Normally no one would know what an earthly calamity was. Earthly calamities came in all kinds of strange forms. When encountering a rare one or even one that had never been seen before, the difficulty of resisting it would be very high. While waiting silently, the earth chi surged. The earthly calamity had finally begun. Flower buds after flower buds drilled out of the ground of Hu immortal blessed land, growing sharp horns and growing rapidly in a few breaths of time. Bright red flower buds spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. While the immortals were hesitating, the flowers bloomed completely. These flowers were very large, like wash basins. The petals were soft like silk, stacked in layers. One flower had at least 6 layers of petals, a total of over 100 petals. This is blood poison tangerine, Fang Yuan said in a deep voice. He recognized the flower, and his heart was filled with helplessness. To think that this earthly calamity was actually a type of blood calamity. This blood poison tangerine only took 10 breaths of time to grow, bloom, and wither. After it withered, its petals and roots would melt into a pool of poisonous blood. The poisonous blood would pollute the blessed land, causing a large number of life forms to die. The losses would usually be huge. To counter this blood poison tangerine, one could only use wood path methods. Other than that, If the blooming blood-poison tangerine was destroyed, this flower would immediately turn into a pool of poisonous blood. But in fact, even if Feng Yuan had wood path methods, it would be too late. There were so many blood-poison tangerines spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. How could he counter them? Thus, even though Feng Yuan had 3 Gu immortals, they were helpless against this sea of blood-poisoned tangerine flowers. The blood-poisoned tangerine quickly withered, the pool of poisonous blood fusing into a thin water surface. The water surface was not high, only reaching an adult's ankle, but it spread all over Hu immortal blessed land. The lakes in the eastern part of the blessed land were all contaminated. The fox groups and wolf groups in the western part were continuously poisoned. Countless fox and wolf groups died. Their corpses fell into a pool of blood. The blood flowed down, adding new poisonous blood. The rockmen slaves in the southern part were awakened from their sleep. Many rockmen had blood-poisoned tangerines growing out of their bodies. After the flowers withered, the poisonous blood flowed. The rockmen let out cries of agony, but very few died. Tai Bai Yunsheng felt a chill in his heart. He could not help but look at the sky, sighing, "Heaven really won't let us have an easy time." Feng Yuan smiled bitterly. He Lulan comforted. "Passing the tribulation is dangerous. It is not bad now. This poisonous blood is everywhere, although it is corroding the earth and the losses are severe. Look, the earth chi has already calmed down. This earthly calamity is over." Little Hu Immortal had tears in her eyes. "Master, we need to quickly get rid of this poisonous blood. The soil has already been contaminated. We will not be able to grow anything in the next few years. The pink flower rabbits, wolf groups, and fox groups have all suffered heavy losses." Feng Yuan immediately made his move. He activated Pulling Water Immortal Gu, continuously absorbing the poisonous blood into his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was already a dead land. It was filled with death aura. There was no life in it. He was not afraid of being contaminated by the poisonous blood. But the poisonous blood spread all over the blessed land. The range was too large. Even if Feng Yuan used Pulling Water Immortal Gu, the efficiency was low. He could not help but feel some regret. If I had known this, I would not have fused Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu into the killer move Myriad Self. I would have fused Pulling Water Immortal Gu first. This way, my efficiency would be greatly increased. In another aspect, I would be able to reduce immortal essence expenditure. Man proposes but God disposes. This was the current situation. After spending an entire day and night, Feng Yuan finally extracted all the poisonous blood in the blessed land, placing it in his immortal aperture. During this period, he did not stop. He did not rest. He did not rest at all. The amount of green grape immortal essence expended was not small. The poisonous blood was spreading. This could not be delayed. The longer it was delayed, the deeper the corrosion and the greater the repercussions. Although the poisonous blood was extracted, the layer of soil on the surface of the blessed land was already filled with blood poison. When one pinched it, it was corroded red. If it was not dealt with, this layer of soil would completely rot after a few days, turning into poisonous blood and contaminating the other soil. Feng Yuan immediately decided to get rid of this layer of soil. Tai Bai Yunxing had landscape as before and could restore the soil to its previous state. But Feng Yuan did not use this method. Like this, Feng Yuan, Tai Bai Yunxing, and He Lulan worked together, and after several days, they finally got rid of this layer of soil. Feng Yuan placed all the poisonous soil into his immortal aperture. Even with his immortal zombie body, he felt extremely tired. The amount of work was too large. From this point of view, it was actually a good thing that Feng Yuan gave up the northern part of the blessed land. Chapter 832. Who immortal blessed land's 7th earthly calamity was finally over. Looking back at this earthly calamity, if one were to talk about danger, there really wasn't anything. But this earthly calamity targeted the weakness of Feng Yuan's side. It was truly disgusting. Feng Yuan had 3 Gu immortals on his side, but they could only watch as the earthly calamity happened and try to make up for it afterwards. After the earthly calamity ended, He Lulan continued to stay in Hu immortal blessed land. This was the safest place for her now. Under Feng Yuan's arrangements, She continued to use strength chi immortal goo to help the hairy man slaves in the stone nests refine air sac goo in large numbers. Right now, air sac goo were piled up like a mountain in the warehouse. Air sac goo was a one-time consumable storage goo. It was paired with guts goo and sold. Before the tribulation, Fong Yuan squeezed out He Lolan's value. The 3 stone nests refined goo crazily, creating large numbers of air sac goo. Right now, there were too many air sac goo. Guts goo could not keep up. Fong Yuan changed the refinement plan. He only used 1 stone nest to refine air sac goo, while the other 2 refined star thought mortal goo. This made He Lulan grit her teeth in anger, because the deal had already been made. Before the tribulation, He Lulan would help the hairy men refine air sac goo. In the future, these air sac goo that contained guts goo would be sold to Fong Yuan alone. Now that Hu Immortal Blessed Land had passed the tribulation, He Lulan would get a share of the profits from guts goo. He Lulan also lacked money. More accurately speaking, for newly advanced goo immortals like her, almost none of them did not lack money. Especially now, Fairy Li Shan's wealth was drying up. She could not support He Lolan's cultivation anymore. He Lolan's desire for immortal Yuan stone became even stronger. But just as she wanted to expand her plans and accumulate her foundation, Fong Yuan reduced the scale of refining air sac goo. He Lulan was helpless. The 3 stone nests all belonged to Fong Yuan. He could refine whatever he wanted. He didn't need to care about the opinions of others. But how could He Lulan give up so easily? She found Fong Yuan. He personally negotiated, hoping that Fong Yuan would at least give up 2 stone nests to refine air sac goo and promote the guts goo trade. Fong Yuan warmly received her and then emotionally told her about his difficulties. Fairy Lulan, it's not that I don't want to expand production. It was really a headache. You saw it earlier. In the process of refining air sac goo, many hairy men died. If I add more hairy men, the cost will increase. But Star thought goo's refinement was much gentler. The hairy men suffered lesser losses. I have already lost at least 30% of my hairy men. If the losses continued, he would have to buy hairy man slaves. But as you can see, my Hu Immortal Blessed Land just underwent its tribulation. The losses are huge, so we need to be thrifty in all aspects. He Lulan frowned when she heard this. She felt very uncomfortable. She almost blurted out the words bullshit. Even if He Lulan did not know about Fong Yuan's background, she was clear. Before Fong Yuan underwent tribulation, he transferred all of his precious resources to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. He did not suffer any huge losses. And in Jade Pool Blessed Land, he snatched so many resources. He also obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. He could be said to be one of the biggest winners in the Battle of Taichio. The guts goo trade had always been very popular. Most of the profits went into Fong Yuan's pockets. Even if Fong Yuan had no money, he could afford to buy a small group of hairy man slaves. Fong Yuan complained to He Lulan about his poverty, but seeing that He Lulan was unhappy, his smile did not change. He said, actually, in my opinion, the plan I suggested earlier is feasible. The 4 of us will raise a huge sum of money to buy the experience of raising hairy men, and then buy a large number of them to nurture ourselves. This is a plan that will last for 100 years. It is the most worth it in the long run. Fong Yuan brought up the matter again. He Lulan sighed internally. Fong Yuan's plan was actually beneficial to all 4 of them. But why did Fairy Li Shan object to it the first time he mentioned it? Because once this plan was completed, Fong Yuan would be the one who benefited the most. It would be a huge help to Fong Yuan. Among the 4, Fong Yuan needed hairy men the most. He had the stone nests. He could make full use of hairy men. In Fong Yuan's cultivation plan, there were large numbers of mortal goo that he needed to refine. But for He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Tai Bai Yunsheng, they did not need them. If this plan succeeded, He Lulan and the rest would need to invest time and effort in raising hairy man slaves. The biggest use would be to sell hairy man slaves. But their immortal apertures were not suited for raising hairy men, who Immortal Blessed Land was better than them in this aspect. Fong Yuan could not only buy hairy man slaves. Raising hairy men was the biggest advantage. He could also use hairy men to refine goo and sell large numbers of mortal goo. Because of this, Fairy Li Shan rejected it. Fong Yuan's development was too fast. Even an experienced goo immortal like Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. Even though they were allies, The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. After working with Feng Yuan so many times, how could He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan not know that Feng Yuan was a ruthless and crafty demon? He Lulan sighed internally. She frowned deeply. She did not answer Feng Yuan's words. She stood up and left. Feng Yuan sent her out with a smile. Looking at her departing figure, he shouted, "This matter is not urgent, Fairy Li Lan. You can think about it." He Lulan was flying in the air. She snorted inwardly when she heard this. "Think about what? I don't believe you can endure it. You are only using one stone nest to refine airsac goo. The guts goo trade volume will decrease by half. This way, your monthly income, Feng Yuan, will also shrink. You are using money much more than me now. I don't believe you can endure it." No. After a few breaths of time, He Lulan's flying speed slowed down. The number of airsac goo has decreased, but Feng Yuan still has a large amount in stock. He can use this stock to keep the guts goo trade volume unchanged, or even increase it by several times. He Lulan flew slower and slower. The chill in her heart intensified. This Feng Yuan is truly scheming, so he was waiting for me here. His monthly income will not change. It might even increase. What about me? Those airsac goo in the warehouse were all refined by me, but according to the transaction rules, I cannot profit from them. But Little Ant is already busy with her own matters. Feng Yuan is grasping this opportunity. He is taking advantage of me. Sigh. Why would I drag Little Ant down at such a crucial time? She has already helped me enough. He Lulan's heart turned cold. She returned to the stone nest and looked at the 3 majestic buildings below her. She suddenly realized. Compared to Feng Yuan, I am still lacking in many aspects, quite lacking. I have the great strength true martial physique. Feng Yuan is only an immortal zombie. But unknowingly, I have been left behind by him by so much. I thought I was shrewd and scheming, but Feng Yuan is simply unfathomable. He is even more scheming. I thought I had outstanding battle strength, but Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move can fight rank 7. My greatest weakness is that I do not have a source of income. Goo immortal cultivation is not about fighting and killing. Management is the foundation. In this aspect, I am far behind Feng Yuan. Thinking of this, He Lulan stretched out her hand and slapped herself several times. It's time to wake up. He Lulan's face was burning in pain, but her gaze was like lightning. Her expression was firm as steel. Since young, I was nurtured as the clan leader's successor. When I was a mortal goo master, I did not lack cultivation resources, thus I did not know how to manage myself. I lacked awareness in this aspect. I still need to thank Feng Yuan for slapping me and waking me up. As expected, the best teacher is one's own strong enemy. I've decided. My first goal is to make myself truly strong. He Lulan was indeed a top-tier talent. She could recognize her own shortcomings, but also dared to admit them and make changes. After she woke up, she did not go and negotiate with Feng Yuan anymore. She calmed herself down and decided to find a profitable business that was suitable for her immortal aperture. This way, she felt that it did not matter if she only had one stone nest to refine airsac goo, because this way, she would have more time to learn and accumulate, to think of a suitable business for herself. Feng Yuan was so busy that he felt dizzy. He first took out Deng Hun Mountain from Tai Bai Yunqing's immortal aperture, placing it at the center of Hu immortal blessed land. Next, he started to dig a new home for the dragonfish and air bubble fish. Even though the poisonous blood was drained and the corroded soil was removed, the remaining soil still had a light red color. Grabbing a handful of soil and squeezing it, traces of blood would be squeezed out. Feng Yuan decided to rearrange the layout. This was not a small project. First, he had to dig up the original lake and river pond. Next, he started to arrange goo worms in the soil, forming a goo formation. Using the foundation of the goo formation, he bought a large amount of fertile soil and buried it. The new soil was also divided into different types. In the lake where the dragonfish were raised, Feng Yuan used dragon scale soil. This soil was granular and hard. Looking from afar, it looked like layers of dragon scales. In fact, it was formed when dragon-type desolate beasts, ancient desolate dragons, or even immemorial desolate dragons lived in soil that was contaminated with dragon chi. When the dragonfish lived in the lake made of dragon scale soil, they had a strong urge to reproduce. As for the lake where the air bubble fish were raised, Feng Yuan chose jadebeard soil. This soil was extremely cold when held in the hand, and when jadebeard soil was suppressed to the extreme, it would turn into jade. Ordinary jadebeard soil would form qi veins that resembled human blood vessels, or the roots of 1,000-year-old ginseng. This was also the reason why jadebeard soil was famous. Air bubblefish were close to this soil. It was very beneficial. It could greatly extend their lifespan and increase their vitality. Because of these two types of soil, the habitats of the dragonfish and air bubblefish were named Dragonscale Lake and Jadebeard Lake by Feng Yuan. These two lakes were at the east of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. They were the largest and second largest lakes. Dragonscale Lake was the largest. There were large numbers of dragonfish living in it. There was even a desolate beast dragonfish. Above the Jadebeard Lake, there were large numbers of thick clouds. There were large numbers of star fragment grass growing on the clouds, forming a grassland in the sky. Groups of starlight fireflies ate the star fragment grass. They flew around the grassland, forming a sky full of starlight. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.